Richard Bacon.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02558. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Cheyenne Goddard. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mills Wilson.
It'd be Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor, requesting to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.120 for recent law graduates practicing under the prosecutor.
Right, and that's granted today. Thank you, Mr. Scheib. And from the defense, Ms. Goddard.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jonathan Foreman, Office of the Public Defender, here with Ms. Goddard, who's to my right. I'm standing in for Luke Goodrich today.
All right, and how do you spell your last name?
Forman P80333.
And yeah, Mr. Foreman's been in front of me before, so but I don't see Mr. Foreman every day. So.
Not very often, Judge.
Yeah. And ma'am, you are Cheyenne Goddard, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a people of the state of Michigan pre-trial. Mr. Scheib, how we proceed?
Your Honor, we attempted to contact the victim a couple of times. Every time we contacted him, he stated he wasn't interested and he did not plan on showing up. Then that was even as of yesterday. Without him, we can't sustain our burden.
All right. So, Mr. Foreman, do you have a motion on behalf of Ms. Goddard?
Thank you, Your Honor. Given the people's inability to proceed, the defense would request the case be dismissed.
And then the claiming victim was subpoenaed today, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, based on defense counsel's motion on behalf of Ms. Goddard, I'll be in possession of a nollie pros. And I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Ms. Goddard, this means that the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, ma'am? All right. I will sign the nollie pros accordingly. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02558? Mr. Scheib.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Foreman.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Goddard, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Mr. Scheib and Ms. Wilson, where did you want to go next? And on Zoom.
Richard. What happened? I can't hear. Did they mute? What did you do? What did you do?
Mr. Richard Williams, we're going to have you mute because the rest of the courtroom can hear you. Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02530. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Keith Bloor. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Foreman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jonathan Foreman, Office of the Public Defender, here with Mr. Flores to my right, standing in for Luke Goodrich today.
All right, thank you. And sir, you are Keith Bloor, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
We're going to go ahead and defer to the defense, Your Honor.
Mr. Foreman.
Your Honor, we're just going to set this for trial.
Okay, so we will set. This was the final pre-trial. We'll set for jury trial on
October 28th at 8.
October 28th at 8 o'clock. Jury instructions we do the week before, as always. So we've set for jury trial on October 28th at 8 o'clock. Anything else, let my office know if that changes in any way. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02530, Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Foreman.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we'll see you on October 28th at 8 o'clock, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Williams, you're here on Mr. Macon. You have to unmute, sir.
Okay, thanks, Judge.
There you are. So you're here on Mr. Macon, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, forgive me, I'm on my way to the 23rd Circuit up in Tawas City, so I've never done one of these things out on road.
Mr. Williams, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Can you hear me now?
Just barely. We can hear you're saying something, but we can't hear what you're saying.
I've got my volume all the way up.
Yeah.
Maybe we should pull up. All right, we're gonna try it. We're gonna try with me being stationary. Yes, can you hear me now better, Judge?
No, we still can't hear you.
Maybe I can reconnect.
All right. Yeah, we'll try to reconnect. So
right.
leave the room and then come back and we'll see if we can get a better connection.
Thanks.
All right. And so yeah, Mr. Macon, if you could sit down. This is an order for set aside the conviction. All right. Here's the Emmett.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
I have Mr. Parker here.
All right. Let's do Miss Jeremy Parker.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Mr. Parker, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-00140. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jeremy Parker. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Parker.
And sir, you are Jeremy Parker, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
All right, Your Honor, we've attempted to contact the victim a couple of times unsuccessfully. She has been subpoenaed. So we're going to defer to the defense, Your Honor.
Motion, Mr. Raleigh.
Defense motion to dismiss at this time.
Right, I will have the motion or order of dismissal or nollie pros printed out. Based on Mr. Raleigh's motion to dismiss, I will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today the case is dismissed. All right, Mr. Parker?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to sign that.
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in docket 22-00140, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Parker, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you. Your Honor, I also have a Mr. Potts.
All right, let's go on Mr. Marshoon Potts or Sean. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02417. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Marshawn Potts. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Potts.
And sir, you are Marshawn Potts, is that correct?
Sure.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, again, we've attempted to contact the victim and
Your Honor, Abigail Wilson for the people, just putting in here. I don't believe we've tried to contact her, and I'm gonna just place on the record why. She's a defendant previously, very recently with Mr. Potts as the victim on that file. That case was dismissed without prejudice. Given the potential criminality that could come about from contact with her, I did not attempt to contact her. However, she was subpoenaed to be here today.
Okay.
She is not here.
So she was subpoenaed. And there was some concern over conflict because but she was subpoenaed to be here. And my assumption is you're unable to proceed for the final pretrial because she's not here.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Defense would request dismissal.
All right, so Mr. Raleigh requested dismissal. I'll have the order of dismissal of the nollie pros.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
All right, so Mr. Potts, the indication here on nollie pros is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I will sign that accordingly. Anything else for the record in docket 24-02417, Mr. Scheib?
nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Potts, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank
for
you, Your Honor.
So did you want to speak to Mr. Tenhopen?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right, so when you join, so the Emmett County Jail, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with your attorney.
Yeah, Your Honor.
All right, and sir, you are Brett Tenhopen, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and place you in room 1, and then when Mr. Raleigh joins, we'll go to room 1.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So Mr. Tenhopen, you might have to prompt to go to room 1, or join room 1. I don't know how that system works in Emmett County.
I don't know how it works either. I mean,
Do you see a prompt on the screen?
no.
Let me see if I can move you, and you'll get a prompt to go to room 2.
Yep. Yeah.
So, Mr. Williams, let's see if that works better. You're here on Mr. Macon, is that correct?
I am, Your Honor.
Oh, I can hear that. Thank you. All right, Mr. Macon, you can come up here.
Your Honor, do you mind if I take a quick peek at the set aside? I don't have
Absolutely.
anything in my system.
All right. Here's the file.
Thank you.
I haven't looked at that either.
It's,
So.
it's too old to be in our current
Yeah.
system.
Go and stay here.
It's a 1-5 case, right?
There's no 6.
So,
Yeah.
oh, it's a 15026.
I
But
have it from 2006. Yeah, I have 06, 03, 6, 7, 7.
oh. Right. This
So I'm
is,
ready.
yeah, this is a different case than the number I have.
Oh,
Yeah, I have.
well, 10 Hoppins of 15.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the wrong. I'm looking at the wrong case.
Okay.
That's so the AG said
AG says it looks like
there was no prior.
there's no issues.
And then you got notice from the letter from Sean Farnham, who does all this for 54A. I see he sent out his letter on August 6th.
It's probably somewhere in our office.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 06-036677. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Richard Macon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Williams.
Richard Williams of East Lansing on behalf of Richard Lee Macon.
And sir, you are Richard Lee Macon, is that correct? All right, Richard Lee Macon Jr. All right, this is the time set for an order on application to set aside the conviction. I see the letter from the Attorney General, Mr. Michael Ajami, indicates that the letter was written on September 4th. And then Ms. Wilson, you received notice in August. Do you have any objection to the motion?
No, Your Honor, based on the review of the Attorney General's opinion, it appears that Mr. Macon is eligible for this set aside conviction should the court find that he's meet the remainder of the statutory requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, did you want any comment on the motion, or did you want to make the motion? I am in possession of the order on application to set aside convictions. Mr. Williams, you may proceed to make a record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Macon, do you still live on 16990 Jones Lake Road in Lansing, Michigan?
16090 Jones Lake.
Okay, that's good. 16090 Jones Lake Road.
All right, very
We
good.
have it as 16990.
I got 16960 Jones Lake Road.
16096.
No.
Go ahead.
16960.
16960.
Oh,
Jones.
yeah, right here.
I'll
So
correct you, Major.
16960.
Yep.
I'm going to make that correction. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Macon, since that time, and other than the other matter of setting aside, which is coming up in Jackson County, have there been any other infractions in this state or any other state?
No,
And have you been convicted or are you under arrest right now in any other state or jurisdiction?
no,
And this was, you pled on this one on the August the 3rd of 2006 in front of Judge Louise Alderson. Is that true?
yes,
I see. Now, other than this, is there, are you presently employed or are you pursuing this for reasons of your, other than that self-benefit?
Did you not hear or?
I didn't hear.
Yeah, so you'll need to rephrase that, Mr. Williams, because I don't know if Mr. Macon heard that.
Okay, Mr. Macon, the reason why you're undertaking this at the present time, is it because of employment reasons or other reasons involving family?
yes,
Both, that means both of those?
yes.
Um, um, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. At this time, based on the Attorney General and the statements made by the the Assistant Prosecutor of Ingham County, this involves a date of conviction of September 25th, 2006 for file 06036677. I find the court finds that the applicant has not been convicted of more than 3 felonies, that the time period required for 780.621D for the conviction, item 1 has passed. For the following conviction, domestic violence 750.812, an opportunity has been given to the Attorney General and the prosecuting attorney to contest the application. The circumstance and behavior of the applicant from the date of the application and conviction to the filing of the applicant warrant setting aside such conviction. The application is granted. The application for motion to set aside is granted. So I'll check box 14 pursuant to this act. And so I have signed the order and application set aside conviction, Mr. Williams.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Does the court wish to send this by way of electronic telegraph, or would you like me to bring it to the state police?
I think Sean sends it out. So I think Sean will send it to you and your client, the granting of the motion to set aside.
Thanks so much. And thank you, Ms. Wilson.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr. Macon, you will receive at that change 16960 address, you'll receive the signed order. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I have two files on Mr. Redmond.
Yep.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-02791 and 23-01005. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Damian Redmond. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, filling in for Mr. Raleigh today, representing Mr. Redmond, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Damian Redmond, is that correct?
Yes, Junior.
All right, Junior, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a final pretrial. These are dog stray and looks like stray dog and licensing.
Yep, it should be, one case should be a complaint with 2 counts of a dog stray and 1 count of an unlicensed dog, and then the other is a ticket for an unlicensed dog.
So let me make sure I know which one's which here. So the complaint is the 23 file, I believe. All right, and then the 22 files the ticket. All right, Miss Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that Mr. Redmond is not in possession of either dogs and is prepared to state so today, under oath to the court. Upon successful completion of that statement, he will be moving to dismiss for compliance.
All right, so let's start with the earlier file of 22-02791. First of all, Mr. Goodrich, is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire your client of him being in possession of the dog on that file 22-02791?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Redmond, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
It's my understanding that today you're indicating that you are no longer in possession of Zeus, the brown pit bull. That's a 2-year-old male. You are no longer in possession of that dog. Is that correct?
I'm not.
All right. And with that understanding, we will dismiss the ticket. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. People move to dismiss for compliance.
All right, so dismiss.
Got it. Thanks.
Right, anything else for the record on 22-02791, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that case is dismissed without prejudice. Means the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, I'm dismissing the ticket today, all right? And then we'll go on 23-01005 that we previously indicated appearances for the record. It's my understanding, Mr. Goodrich, that not unlike the last case, your client is going to state on the record that he is not in possession of I think that's of the bully named of the white pit bull named Aphrodite, and then that also is a ticket for Zeus. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client on those tickets and concerning not being in possession of either one of those dogs?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Redmond, once again, I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. It is your testimony today that you are no longer in possession of, this is a gray and white, I think it's a pit bull.
American Staffordshire.
American Stratford, and it's named Aphrodite?
Yes.
All right. So you're no longer in possession of that dog named Aphrodite?
No.
and once again, you, as previously indicated, you're no longer in possession of Zeus. All right.
I adopted them out to my family.
All right. All right. Ms. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. People are satisfied my approach with the nolly.
Yes. Because that is on a complaint.
It is.
So you understand if anything comes back to a further ticket, it'll be the licensed owner of it. We'll get that ticket will go to that person. All right. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to sign the order of nollie pros for this complaint. All right, anything else for the record? So I'm signing the dismissal without prejudice for the 3 counts on this complaint for compliance purposes. Anything else for the record in 23-01-005, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Redmond, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
So Mr. Raleigh, did you meet with Mr. Tenhopen?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and call that.
Okay.
Since he's come from the Emmett County Jail. All right, so we're on the record in docket 1502614. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Brett Tenhopen. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Tenhopen.
And sir, you are Brett Tenhopen, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Tenhopen?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial, I believe, pretrial on this matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding today? Or would you like to defer to Mr. Raleigh?
We are requesting either time served or fines and costs, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Raleigh.
At the discretion.
All right, Mr. Raleigh,
Yes,
is
Your
that
Honor.
your understanding?
Yes, we have to reach the plea deal as explained by opposing counsel.
All right, so is the plea agreement plea to the charge with a kilobrew of time served?
Your Honor, Abigail Wilson for the people, sorry. My understanding with this, that this was gonna be a plea to abandoning or cruelty to one animal. That's a 93-day misdemeanor, with the PAT code of 750.504A. I think that would be best as a count 2. Upon successful plea and sentencing, count 1 would be dismissed.
Okay, so add count 2 of abandon. So it's abandoned cruelty to animals.
Abandoning or cruelty to one animal. No, you're told.
And then there is a. Is there a kilobrew agreement?
There's a sentencing agreement, either time served or fines and costs, however the court wants to do it. It's my understanding, Mr. Tenhoppen's in Emmett County Jail until May of 2025.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And do we know how much time he has on this ticket? Or on the complaint?
At least
It'll be
2
90,
weeks.
it'll be 90 days in, on the 14th or 15th of this month.
Mr. Raleigh, do you know how much time does the computer have?
I've been here since July 16th, sir.
But is he?
That's not how long he's been,
Yeah,
I think, on this.
he's not in
one.
on this ticket.
No, because he's in Emmett County on something.
But there is
else.
a bond on this ticket.
Yep, I'm raising that fast. I believe it's been at least 2 weeks because this is our second pre-trial.
I've been here almost 90 days, Your Honor.
All right. So we've got, bond was set, well, yeah, that's right, because I mean, it was initially set on 4,000, 10%. It was reset 4,000 PR bond
Oh.
on August 26th. Do you have that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I have no reason to dispute it.
And then he's in Emmett County till
Till May of
May of
2025.
All right, all right. All right, so, and there's no objection to immediate sentencing?
No objection.
All right, all right, so, Mr. Tenhope and Mr. Raleigh, may I inquire, is that a fair statement? He's gonna, Mr. Tenhope is gonna be pleading to the abandoned count 2, which is abandoned or cruelty to one animal under 750.504A. There's a Killebrew agreement of time served or fines and costs. And is that a 93 day?
It is.
93 day and or what?
And or I believe it's 500.
$500.
Oh, no, 1,000. I apologize.
All right, Mr. Raleigh, is that your understanding of the plea agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Please, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Tenhope, you understand that if you plead guilty to the misdemeanor count 2, it is a lesser offense of 93 days and or $1,000. But those are the ultimate penalties that you could face on that charge. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor,
All right.
I have been here almost 90 days on the 13th of October, so.
Right. And we're showing that, but I understand that we're showing that you were initially set a $4,000 10% bond, and it was turned into a PR bond on August 26th. So that would affect the accumulation of time once you're PR bonded, I believe.
I've been here since July 3rd.
Right,
July 16th.
right. But you haven't been here on this case.
Okay.
That I guess that's the agreement's still going through. But you haven't been here on this case. You've been here on another case. But we'll take care of that today. But is that your understanding? Ultimately, you could face 93 days and or $1,000. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You have the following. I'll walk you through each one of those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up a trial in this matter. So you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty instead. So there'll be nothing to appeal from a trial. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the amended count 2 of cruelty to animals or abandonment cruelty to animals, the misdemeanor today?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to November 23rd, 2014 to December 4th of 2014. Is that correct, Ms. Wilson?
That's correct.
All right. At the location of 607 Manchester in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you in possession of a animal on that date, on the dates November or December of 2014 in the city of Lansing?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, why don't you tell me in regards to abandonment or cruelty to one single animal, what happened that makes you guilty of this offense?
My daughter was born with a life-threatening birth defect, and I had to rush to the University of Michigan Hospital so she could save her life. And I left the dog at home with food and water, and someone was supposed to come get him, and they didn't. So
All right. So You abandoned the dog at that, the allegation and you're pleading
I
to
did.
is you abandoned the dog. You left him with water, but they didn't come get it.
I did. Yep.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Shive or Miss Wilson?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Raleigh.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I will brew it. So we have 4 days credit on ours. And we'll sentence to 26 days. So 26 more days. So 30 days credit, 30 days in jail, which Mr. Tenhopen will be in the Emmett County Jail, serving out the rest of the sentence on that. So it'll be 26 days for 30-day jail. I'm going to waive fines and costs. I'm going to waive the state fee. And waive the complaining victim's rights fee. So it'll be 4 days given for credit, 26 days to be served on this sentence, which would be a full sentence of 30 days, and he'll be getting day-for-day credit in the Emmett County Jail.
Okay, thank you, Kenon. Is there a chance you can fax that here, sir?
That I don't know. You might be
The clerks will send it to Emmett County.
all right. So yes, the clerks will send it to Emmett County. So
Okay.
they'll send the order to Emmett County.
Thank you, sir.
So it's 30 days. So the whole sentence is 30 days, and that can be starting served in Emmett County immediately.
So
Okay.
it's a small
All
technicality,
right.
Your Honor, but technically, since there was a brew time served for fines and costs, and the court did just impose an additional time, technically he has the right to withdraw his plea if he
Right.
wants.
Right. You're absolutely right. I've tried. Yeah, because he's only got 4 days in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Right. So, Mr. Raleigh, is it, you understand the spirit of it, but and Ms. Wilson is absolutely right. Since I've ordered additional 10 days that really don't matter, since he's going to be there till May, does Mr. Tenhopen intend to withdraw his plea?
No, Your Honor, if I can confirm, Mr. Tenhopen, you have no objection to the sentence you just received, correct?
As long as I can do my time here, that's fine. I just want.
Right. Yeah. It's really legal semantics we're playing. So that's all we're playing here is, but technically absolutely correct. You're serving all your time in Emmett Jail, and I've waived fines and costs and fees. So that should dispose of the case, which is what we were looking to do.
That's all. That's it.
Anything else for the record, Mr. Raleigh?
I'm not too further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Tenhopen, you're all set on file 1502614. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
Thank you.
You're right, Ms. Wilson. Absolutely. It is. I mean, it's
it
just,
doesn't, in this context, it doesn't matter,
but
but if it goes up to appeal
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
So,
sir, on the Motorola Razor, would you please identify yourself?
Oh.
You'll have to unmute.
Ms. Bozo. Let's just dismiss them so fast. I'm so tired of it.
So you'll have to unmute. There you go.
Okay.
Kevin Lamont Jones.
Who's on McKeon?
Lamont Jones.
Who's on
Oh,
McKeon?
Kevin Jones. All right. You're here for your 9:30, sir?
Yes.
All right. Stand by and I'll call your case in a second.
Okay.
Killer at one point.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, we'll call your case. You can unmute. Thank you.
Hello.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02026. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Malia Gonzalez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office, here to represent Ms. Gonzalez. You know, I do want to bring to the court's attention, she was originally planning to appear in person today. However, a couple people close to her have been diagnosed with having strep throat, and she's coughing and has a doctor's appointment at 10 o'clock. So I advised her to appear over Zoom today.
All right, is this going to be a plea?
Yes.
So I will not need to see her. So Ms. Gonzalez, do you have the technology so I can see you?
Yes. Hold on, my.
All right. So I can hear you just fine, but I'll have to see you to raise your right hand to plead.
Okay.
All right. And so, ma'am, you are Malia Gonzalez, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a plea today. And I have the plea as, well, I'll go ahead, Mr. Shive, go ahead and make a record.
Your Honor, we've come to an agreement for a plea to count one, and no objection to YTA if eligible, Your Honor.
A plea to count one and then no objection to YTA. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And Mr. Goodrich, may I inquire of Ms. Gonzalez of her jury trial rights in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Gonzalez, you understand that you have the following jury trial rights in this misdemeanor matter. It's my understanding you'll be pleading to the embezzlement agent or trustee less than $200 with no objection to YTA. And that is punishable by 93 days and or $500. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. You have the following trial rights, and I will walk you through those. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You also have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand your jury trial rights, ma'am?
Yes.
If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was the result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to this misdemeanor count 1 instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead to the misdemeanor embezzlement under count 1?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to January 28th, 2024 at the offense location of 6825 South Cedar, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at that South Cedar address in the City of Lansing on Ingham County on January 28th, 2024?
Yes, I was.
And were you employee of Speedway at the time?
Yes.
And as an employee of Speedway, did you take or convert money less than $200, knowing that it belonged to Speedway and not belonging to you as an employee of Speedway?
Yes.
All right. And that was, you took that knowing that at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
Anything towards a factual basis of Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And so what we'll do is, let's set this for probation, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a
Because there's arrested, because it's technically a crime victims' rights case.
It
I
is,
assume.
and it's also YTA, and I think they
Right.
need to be referred to probation.
All
for
right.
that.
So Ms. Gonzalez, you should contact probation, and we'll refer this case to probation. You should contact them within the next 48 hours. So by Wednesday, you should contact them. And then we're going to give you a sentence date. They're going to put together a report, and we'll see what options are available to us in sentence, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we'll get a sentence date of
December 2nd at 1:30.
December 2nd at 1:30. And do you have a pink sheet?
I do, Your Honor.
All
There
right.
is $25 owed to Speedway. May I approach?
You may. So there's a restitution request from Speedway, Ms. Gonzalez, $25 as a part of this. And you should go to probation. That's the 5th floor of City Hall of Lansing, on the 5th floor, and they'll indicate, just be as candid as you can with them in order for them to develop a report for the court to use. All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 24-02-026, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Goodrich?
Your Honor, I would just inform Ms. Gonzalez that she can call probation within the next day or two to schedule that appointment.
Okay.
Especially if you're not feeling well, you don't have to come into the building. You can give them a call and get something scheduled.
Okay.
That's
Thank
absolutely
you.
right. Yep.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Gonzalez, we'll see you on December 2nd. Thank you for your appearance today.
She said first.
Yeah, she's been on some date for me. Offer is what if you want. And we need to get in touch with the person that she graduated with restitution, so.
So did we want to go on Mr. Gary?
If Mr. Raleigh is ready on Jerry Gary,
Can we talk for just?
yeah.
All right, so in the Ingham Post 1, sir, you are Jerry Gary, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so we'll call your file, sir. We're on the record in 240268. 24026686, 24022786, and 24022713. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jerry Gary. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Gary.
And sir, you are Jerry Gary, is that correct?
Yeah. No.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you can hear me all right, Mr. Gary?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. In regards to case 24-02786, that's the assault and battery. It's my understanding that some wires got crossed and that case should not have been reissued as it was part of plea negotiations on some other files of Mr. Gary's. So at this time, the people will be moving to dismiss that file without prejudice.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, so I will dismiss, and that is not a complaint, so we'll dismiss pursuant to the request from the prosecutor, filed, dismissed without prejudice, file 24022786. We'll have a nollie pros printed out.
And then in regards to the two remaining files, Your Honor, those may have been part of plea negotiations as well. I'm awaiting confirmation from the APA that handled that case. So for now, I think we're just going to be requesting maybe a final pretrial on those. If I get confirmation that those were part of the negotiations, I will dismiss.
Those was dismissed too, man, to a plea agreement of across quails.
The plan is to confirm that that's part of the original resolution, Mr. Gary. So yeah, you are right. They're just confirming from the attorney that did the resolution that that's part of the agreement. All right.
Yes, sir.
So you may. So let's do the A and B first. This is 24022786. And I am in possession of the assault and battery that we are dismissing without prejudice. Mr. Gary, you know that the dismissal without prejudice means that the people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes, this file is dismissed today, okay?
Yeah.
And then we're gonna set 24022713 and 24022686 for final pretrial in order to confirm that they were part of the original resolution. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So set for final pretrial. Then I'm putting to ensure part of resolution. And we'll set it for
October 28th at 8:30.
and Mr. Gary's being held on something else, I believe.
That's correct, yeah.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to set both of these for October 28th at 8:30. We may get in before that confirmation that this was part of the resolution. And so we'll act on it then. But it is set for October 28th, just so we don't lose track of the file. If they're part of the initial resolution, then I'll receive nollie process on both of those files. All right, Mr. Gary?
Okay, so if yes, if that's the case, I won't have to come to court, will I? Or I won't have to show up in person?
Correct. The plan is this might be nollie process before that date. But keep that date keep that date just in case. It's more of a control date to make sure that a decision's made on those files.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Raleigh, yes, your understanding also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So that's all for the record in 2402-686 and 2402-713. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you should be all set, Mr. Gary.
Yep.
We also have.
It looks like Miss.
Miss, are you on Joseph Oakwood?
Yes.
Miss Vogenauer?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you on that Joseph Oakwood case?
Yes.
All right. Stand by, ma'am, and we'll call that case in just a second. I'm just
Okay.
making sure I know who's in the room.
Yep. Thank you.
Sir, on the iPhone, would you please identify yourself? And you'll have to unmute. What's your name, sir? Or ma'am?
Hi, I'm Jamila McCoy.
McCoy. All right, Jamila, you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, stand by. We'll be with you in just a second. You're in the right place and you should continue to mute. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then Mr. Perez is on Ingham County Post.
That appears so, yes.
All right, you may. So those are both those files? Okay. All right, Mr. Perez, we'll call your case next. Let's see. Let me grab this one. After Knickerbocker.
I do, and we're set to proceed.
You have an Ashley Knickerbocker. You sent from that 188 to Dickeringfield. She's on the.
Cool.
It's the same password with an A on the end.
We're 0289. We're 01. All right, Mr. Perez, we'll call your cases. We're on the record in docket 24-00289 and 24-01055. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Miguel Perez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Doyle.
Good morning, I'm Dan Doyle on behalf of Mr. Press.
All right, Mr. Doyle did just provide the substitution of counsel and appearance on both files. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Miguel Perez, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Perez?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. As Mr. Doyle just said, he was just retained. I do believe Mr. Perez has a felony matter set for prelim this week as well. So I'm thinking, I don't know, I guess I'll defer to Mr. Doyle whether he wants another pretrial or a final pretrial.
Mr. Doyle.
Yes, Your Honor, with these files, we just continue for final pretrial.
All right. So we'll adjourn. We'll continue.
Yeah.
So continue to final pretrial. And then we'll wait on a jury trial date since we're not. So final pretrial. And we'll get a final pretrial date. What's the time frame we're looking on that? Because I know Mr. Doyle just filed his appearance.
Yeah, I will defer to Mr. Doyle for getting discovery and then his trial schedule as well.
The soonest available date.
All right. So I'd say at least a couple weeks, but
October 28th.
all right. October 28th at 8:30. October 28th at 8:30. All right, so on record 24-00289 and 24-01055. We've reset it for final pretrial, or we've left it on for final pretrial for October 28th at 8:30. Anything else for the record on either one of these files, Ms. Wilson?
Hi for the people.
Mr. Doyle.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Perez, you're all set. We'll see you on that October 28th date at 8:30. All right, sir? Thank you. All right, so you should be all set, Mr. Doyle.
Excuse me, how long I gotta wait?
Since it's just in town.
Mr. Johnson, we gotta find out who's here on Mr. Johnson.
I think that might be John Lee.
All right. So a few minutes while we get your attorney to either meet with you or call your case.
I just talked to him.
All right, well then, when he shows up, because he's not here, he's probably in another courtroom, we'll call your case. All right, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you.
What did you want to call next?
Mosher.
Mosher? All right.
That'll be Mr. Shank.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-01794. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Kevin Mosher. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Mr. Mosher.
And sir, you are Kevin Mosher, is that correct? Right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to amend count one, attempt larceny, 750.3565A.
Okay, 750.750.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No.
3565A.
All right, and so it's the attempt larceny under 200?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what's the final penalties on that?
It is a 93 or 500, and with that attempt, it is in half, so 46.
46 and 250?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else concerning the plea agreement, Mr. Scheib?
No objection to immediate sentencing, Your Honor. And for the restitution, it's going to be 182 Dicker.
The restitution is $108. Did you say?
180, Your Honor.
Okay. And you have a pink sheet?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Wilson. So that's $180 even.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Raleigh, I'll restate that for the record. This is a plea to the amended count one. Attempt larceny under $200. That's under 750.3565-A. That's punishable by 46 days and or $250. There's no objection to immediate sentencing, and the restitution on the matter is $180 to Dicker and Deal. Is that your understanding of the plea agreement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor. It is.
All right. May I inquire of your client, Mr. Mosher, of his advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Mosher, you understand that with a plea to the attempt larceny, that's a misdemeanor, the ultimate penalty would be 46 days and or $250. Do you understand that? Yes. All right. And there's no objection to immediate sentencing, and restitution is to go to Dicker and Deal for $180. You understand that, sir? You have the following jury trial rights. I'm going to walk you through each one of those rights. All right, sir? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. To have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial. To question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Jacob Raleigh, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It's Jacob, right?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I was just making sure because I can screw up a name just like anybody else. Okay. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand your jury trial rights in this matter? If you're please accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the amended count of attempted larceny? All right. And if you raise your right hand as best you can, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to April 25th, 2022, on Creston Drive in the city of Lansing, Hingham County. Were you present on 3407 Creston, city of Lansing, Hingham County on April 25th, 2022? All right. So what date were you present on?
I honestly, I had the lights getting dropped down for a few reasons. I had the letter in my possession, and it's on my van that I had got from Mr. Gillespie. I was working in Detroit, and I was going to Detroit. I found the letter at Dicker and Deal, so I get my son home. Somebody died in the family, and that's why we're like here now. I didn't even know that I was in trouble at first until this year. But I'm not denying anything that I did. I took the letter to Dicker and Deal, but I did not take it from Mr. Gillespie's house.
Let me see how.
I did take it to Dicker and Deal.
Did you have, so did you have the nail guns and ladder longer than you were supposed to?
He knew I had it. I don't know if I had it longer than I was supposed to, because I worked for him. So I stepped in, I worked for him. So I don't know if I had it longer than I was supposed to. I took it to the pawn shop to get my son home because somebody died. And my van broke down in Detroit, and I couldn't get back to get it out.
All right, Mr. Raleigh, did you want some time to, or did you want to ask some questions to clear up the matter, or some time to talk to Mr.
If I
Mosher?
may just inquire from my client.
All right.
So to be clear, you pawns items without permission of the right. So that's the.
All right, so that's the nature of the allegation, is to pawn the nail guns and ladder without permission of the owner of those.
I was just being honest with you, I was at his house.
All right.
But yes,
Okay. And all that occurred in the city of Lansing, Hingham County at Dicker and Deal,
Yes.
the pawning. All right. So I think that would be using the property for purposes that he was not entitled to use the property, AKA pawning the property. Which would be a form of larceny.
I think so. I think
that'd be a form of conversion.
I was gonna say, I think that's more of a conversion than a
Right.
larceny.
Right.
Because he had it, he's saying he had it initially lawfully.
Right.
Um,
But as long as your agreement that he's over kids, and to your best of your knowledge, the nail guns and the ladder were under $200.
Yes.
All right. That would mean that he converted property that was lawfully his to his own, and then pawned that property, which is a form of embezzlement, but it doesn't matter, I guess. As long as we all agree that is a form of larceny.
I think that would be fine, Your Honor. I think we're just missing knowledge that he didn't have permission.
Right. So
And then
you knew when you pawned it that you did not have permission of the owner of the property to pawn the property.
I think that would suffice. Your Honor.
I think so too. Technically, I think that he is entrusted with the property and then he converts it to his own possession, which is kind of an embezzlement. Larceny definitely falls under that whole umbrella of offenses. Michigan, there's some states that actually have a larceny statute and actually check embezzlement as under that statute. We don't do that here. We do conversion, we do larceny by trick, larceny by false pretenses. But that is a form of larceny in that you knowingly pawned material that didn't belong to you. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it was a long way to get there, but we got there. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made for an attempted larceny, which is technically the factual basis. There's no objection to immediate sentencing, and so I will go to immediate sentencing.
If I may make a brief record as
You
to
may.
the immediate sentencing, the complaining witness in this matter, Mr. Larry Gillespie, was here this morning per his subpoena for the final pretrial. Mr. Scheib and I did speak with him. He's had a rather sudden and traumatic loss in his family, and he indicated to us that he really just wanted to see this wrapped up and done, and he entrusted us with figuring out the best way to do that. So I think based on our conversation with him this morning, he is okay with not making a statement to the court. It's my understanding that he's known Mr. Mosher for a long time and knows that Mr. Mosher was in a bad place when this occurred, and he really just wants to see some kind of accountability, which I think we've done here today. So I think we have complied with the Crime Victim Rights Act.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilson. And then Ms. Raleigh, that's a fair statement.
Yes, it is.
All right, and without you are probably seeking immediate sentencing, so without objection, I'll go to immediate sentencing. All right, I'm going to follow. So without the objection, I'm going to order. There's fines and costs of. I'm going to order no jail time in this. All right, fines and costs of $250. I'll order $75 fine, $75 costs, crime victims' rights fee of $75. State fee of $50 for a grand total of that's 150, 225, 275. All right, 150, 225, 275. 275 to be paid to the city of Lansing. There's also restitution of $180 to be paid to Sticker and Deal. So that'll be a grand total of, with the 275 and the 180. Is $455. Of course, the restitution will be paid first.
I had a $20 roadside bond, I think.
Yeah, and they'll figure that out. So this will go to, and I will give you some time to make those payments. So it's $455. And then the bond will be applied to anything you owe the city of Lansing. I don't know if that'll be applied to the restitution.
I don't either. That's usually something collections.
Yeah,
figures out.
so it's $455 to the city of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment or?
Yes, sir.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set it out a while, okay? And then you can set your own payment plan. You can set it up as long as it's all paid by the date. You can come in and pay on it because $455, you can set your finances in that regard. So I'm going to set it out for 5 months. So October, November, December, January. We'll put it in February.
February 27th.
Okay, so we'll set it for February 27th. So the entire is to be paid $455 to the city of Lansing, and restitution of $180 has come out of that by February 27th, and then you can make your own payment plan as you see fit. Okay.
By total?
Yeah, as long as it's all paid by February 27th, you can do it any way you want.
That would be a show cause hearing if I don't have it.
Yeah, and then you get caught in that show cause cycle because that's what you want to avoid. Okay, because then there's a warrant issued for you if you don't come in, and then that'll ruin your day if nothing else will. All right, so I'm gonna set it for February 27th. $455 to be paid to the city of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 2201-01794, Ms. Wilson?
Half of the people.
Mr. Raleigh.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mosher, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Mr. Lee, who did you want to go on?
I would like to start with Judith Bozo.
Ms. Bozo? And is Ms. Bozo present?
She is not, Your Honor.
So are we going to waive her appearance? All right. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-702 and 2401-703. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Judith Bozo or Bozo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Judith Bozo.
And Ms. Bozo's not here today. Mr. Scheib, we're waiving her appearance. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. This is the time set for a pretrial on both of these matters. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, on case ending in 1702 and in 03, we're going to be dismissing, Your Honor.
Okay. And that'll be a dismissal without prejudice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those tickets?
They are, Your Honor.
I think they are. Let's see, because then we don't have to print anything. Yep. All right, so we'll dismiss without prejudice. Docket 2401-702 and 2401-703. Those are dismissed without prejudice. Those are both on tickets. Anything else for the record on either one of those files, Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set on both those files. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance. All right, Mr. Lee, who are we calling next?
Lindsay Bennett, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-692. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Lindsay Bennett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Lindsay Bennett.
And ma'am, you are Lindsay Bennett, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to set this for a final pretrial.
Okay. And is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll set for final pretrial on
October 28th at 8:30.
October 28th at 8:30. And then we'll hold off on the jury trial until we see what happens on the final pretrial date. So you should get, Mr. Lee, your client will get notice from my court officer if they're there. If not, we'll print it and you can grab it off the printer for that October 28th at 8:30 date. Anything else for the record in 2402-692, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set. I'll see everybody on October 28th at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
Hello? This shit so janky, bro.
We're still here, so we're not going anywhere. You're gonna have to wait patiently. Mr. Goodrich, did you want to meet with anybody?
Your Honor, I was hoping to speak with Miss Porter, but we haven't been able to get her to join a breakout meeting.
Let's see. Let's see if we, yeah, she's supposed to be. So Miss Porter, can you unmute?
Charging language needs to be changed.
Miss Porter, Michaela Porter.
Hello, yeah.
All right, Miss Porter, I'm gonna put you should get a prompt to go to room 4. You'll have to join to meet with your attorney in your prompt on your screen for room 4, okay?
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna put you, so you should get a prompt to go to room 4. It'll be on the screen. There you go. All right, Mr. Goodrich, I'm also gonna put you in room 4.
Okay.
He's 35, so he's too old for YTA, but in time to press.
You talking to me?
I am not, sir. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Ms. DeMond, we'll call your case.
Yeah. So just set it for.
Yeah. All right, so we're on the record in 24-01196. That's people, the state of Michigan versus Patricia DeMond. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. DeMond.
And ma'am, you are Patricia DeMond, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Ms. DeMond?
Yes, I can.
All right. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how we proceed?
Oh, we're gonna go ahead and set this for a final pretrial, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we will set for final pretrial on
October 28th at 8:30.
October 28th at 8:30. I think we'll just do the final pretrial on that. All right. So that'll be live in person, Ms. Damon, on October 28th at 8:30. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 24-01196, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you'll get notice sent to the last address we have, which is, let me make sure I've got it. Is that the South Penn Avenue address, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, you'll get notice sent to that address for the October 28th date. That's all for the record in 24-01196. Thank you for your appearance today, Ms. Demond. You're all set.
I do have a question.
Sure.
My attorney was supposed to talk about the tether that I'm on. Is there any way I can get off of it? I have like sports events I'm going to. It's uncomfortable. I have to work in it.
I would think that right now, with the nature of the charges, that you've got to keep it at least till the 28th.
Your Honor, I was already on it and the case got dismissed.
Right. Well, I can't help you in that regard. It's a domestic assault case, and you're out on a 500 PR bond. Part of the 500 PR bond is that you remain untethered.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Sir, you just came in to the court Zoom courtroom under the moniker of Ryan. Can you identify yourself? Ryan, what's your name? No, Mr. Oakwood, we've got you identified. Ryan, what is your name? And Ryan's gone.
Okay, alrighty.
All right.
All right.
Well, that answers that
Yeah,
question.
he keeps joining and then leaving.
Well, keep him in the waiting room until we find out who he is.
Okay.
Because I don't know how to help him. All right, you ready on Mr. Jones?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402451. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Kevin Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Jones.
And sir, you are Kevin Jones, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
We are going to request an adjournment for another pretrial, Your Honor.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm assuming negotiations are continuing on the case, or this is an adjournment for compliance?
Yes, just to be clear, Your Honor, my client is trying to get his license restored.
All right, all right. So we'll set it out 30 days? Will that work?
Yes, Your Honor.
30 days-ish? All right. And this is the first request for an adjournment in the matter, so let's set it out 45 days. In that vicinity. Yep, that'll work. And we'll reset for November 18th at 9. Mr. Jones, please keep in contact with your attorney assigned to this matter. Mr. Raleigh has it for today's purposes. He'd advance whatever paperwork's necessary to the Ingham County prosecutor in regards to this case. But we will reset it for November 18th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
Okay.
Anything else for the record in 2402451, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jones, we'll see you on that November 18th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right. Thank you. Oh.
Ma'am, on the iPhone, can you identify yourself? You're looking in, you're just identified as an iPhone. And you'll have to unmute. So ma'am, I'm talking to you. You look, yeah. You have to unmute. So ma'am, on the iPhone, you're looking at the screen and, oh, there she is. You'll have to unmute. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, what's your name, ma'am?
Yes. Jamila McCoy.
Jamila McCoy. And you're here for your 10 o'clock?
Yes.
All right. Stand by. We just want to make sure we identify you so you're here because you were under the moniker iPhone. So stand by. You're in the right place, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And sir, in the Ingham County Jail Post 1, you're Brandon Diltz, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Lisa and Jeff Maidlow, are you here for Matthew Maidlow?
Yes.
All right. Stand by, you're in the right courtroom. Matthew Maidlow is not here at this time.
Oh, no.
But we've got some other cases to call, okay?
I'm here. I'm here for myself. I just signed in with another account.
Your name, okay, so you are Matthew Maidlow?
Yes.
Right, you may want to talk to your counsel. So stand by, you're in the right courtroom.
Should be waiting.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Johnson, we'll call your case. You can unmute. So we're on the record in docket 24-02255 and 24-02258. That is people of the state of Michigan versus, I have Dio Knight Johnson. Is that
Bro,
correct?
my name is Deontay.
Deontay. Okay. Deontay Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Deontay Siobhan Marquise Johnson.
All right. And sir, you are Deontay Johnson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can hear me all right, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to set this for a final pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set for final pretrial. For October 28th at 8:30. October 28th for both files. All right, anything else? So that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing for October 28th at 8:30. And Mr. Johnson, is that Fielding Drive or that Fielding? Can't tell. Is that Fielding address still a good address for you, sir?
Fielding?
I have Fielding.
Yeah, because I can't go to my house.
All right. So that's where your notice will be sent for the October 28th date. Anything else for the record in 24-0225, 2255, or 24-022? Mr. Shy.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Can I say
you're all
something?
set. Thank you for.
Can I say
Sure.
something? Bro, I ain't able to go home.
You're right. You can't go home till October 28th because there's a no contact order.
So y'all gonna pay my hotel bill?
No, we're not. What we're gonna do is right now you have to wait till October 28th for us to address the final pretrial.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So that's all for the record in 24-02255 and 58. Thank you for your appearance today.
Jeez, motherfucker.
All right, Ms. McCoy, we'll call your case. You can unmute. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02781 and 24-02276. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jamila McCoy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Jamila McCoy.
And ma'am, you are Jamila McCoy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. McCoy?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter on both of these files. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to request a final pretrial.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So we'll set these for final pretrial.
October 28th.
October 28th at 8:30. October 28th. So, Ms. McCoy, we have set this for October 28th at 8:30 on both of these files. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. And that Westmoreland address is still a notification purposes, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. Anything else for the record in 23-02781 or 24-02276, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. McCoy, you're all set. We'll see you on October 28th.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
We can include the rest of the document.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Ms. Knickerbocker, you can unmute. Ashley Knickerbocker. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00897. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Ashley Knickerbocker. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Ashley Knickerbocker.
And ma'am, you are Ashley Knickerbocker, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Knickerbocker?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to set this for a final pretrial.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll set this for final pretrial for
October 28th at 8:30.
October 28th at 8:30. So Miss Knickerbocker, is that Mount Hope Road still a good address for you?
Yes, it is.
All right, you'll receive notice for that October 28th date at 8:30. That'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 24-00897, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you're all set, Miss Knickerbocker. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much. All right.
All right, so Mr. Susdorf, you can unmute yourself.
I'm here.
All right, so we're on the record in docket. We can hear you. We're on the record in docket 22-01199 and 22-01200. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Rusty Susdorf. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib On behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Rusty Susdorf.
And sir, you are Rusty Susdorf, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Susdorf?
Yes, I can.
All right, this is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after conferring with the defense, sounds like Mr. Susdorf has gotten rid of the dogs, so for file 22-1199 and 1200, we are going to dismiss them, Your Honor.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
May I inquire of your client, Mr. Susdorf, concerning the two dogs and make sure compliance is met, that he has no longer in possession of either dog?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Susdorf, we're on the record now. I'm going to indicate in regards as 22-01199, you are not in possession of Mookie or Lily, Mookie being a tan white Chihuahua, I think, and then Lily being a gray white pit bull or Stratford Terrier. You're no longer in possession of either one of those dogs, is that correct?
No, sir, I am not.
All right. And then you are no longer in possession of, and that's the same two dogs. Those dogs are no longer in your possession. So any warrant that came back, that would come back to them, would come back to somebody other than yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. With that understanding, you're going to dismiss without prejudice?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll dismiss both tickets. That'll be 22-01199. That'll be the ticket related to that. We'll dismiss without prejudice. And we'll dismiss as to 22-01200. We'll dismiss without prejudice. Based on compliance and the defendant no longer being in possession of either of the animals that were the subject of the ticket. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So those are both dismissed without prejudice. Mr. Susdorf, that means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically today the case is dismissed. Both files 22-01199 and 22-01200 are dismissed. All right, sir?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else for the record on either of those files, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Susdorf, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Goodbye.
And then
Print it out.
I printed the relevant pages. So you can
Okay.
only make sure.
So do we want to go on Ms. Porter?
Sure.
That's
Yes,
the
okay.
factual. All right, and that's a no contest, is that correct?
That's my
That is
understanding.
correct.
All right, Ms. Porter, you can unmute. Thank you. So we're on the record in docket 24-01795. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Michaela Porter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Porter, who's appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you are Michaela Porter, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Porter?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter, or a final pretrial in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a no contest plea. The basis of the no contest is a lack of memory, and it will be a plea to count 2 that is operating while intoxicated. Upon successful plea and sentencing, count 1 would be dismissed.
All right. Is that an accurate and fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, and so this will be, so I'll reiterate, this will be a plea to count 2, the operating while intoxicated. Count 1 is to be dismissed upon successful plea and sentence to count 2. And count 2 is a 93-day and or $100 to $500. Is that correct, Ms. Wilson?
That is correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's your understanding, Ms. Porter?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. All right. May I inquire of your client, Mr. Goodrich, of their advice of misdemeanor concerning the no contest plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Porter, you understand you have the following trial rights in this matter. You'll be waiving in order to effectuate this no contest plea. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, the questioning witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney Luke Goodrich, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You also have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your no contest plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim that the no contest plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you'll be pleading no contest instead. Is it your decision today to plead no contest to count 2?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And I'm in possession of the a police report that is 23519099712, and I'm going to use that as the factual basis because of lack of memory for the count 2 charge. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as a part of this, so I'll accept the lack of memory as a reason for the no contest plea. And this happened on October 1st at South Cedar Street and East Michigan Avenue. It appears that Ms. Porter was driving a red Buick Encore. And that there was an accident. And at the time of driving the Buick in a place that was open to the general public, Ms. Porter had a blood alcohol level of over 0.08. It's actually the blood alcohol level was 0.21, which would suffice, I believe, for the operating while intoxicated. Any questions, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, I think that's appropriate.
All right. Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor.
Right. I find the no contest plea, the factual basis as a part of the no contest plea concerning 23519099712 to confirm the factual basis for count 2. And we'll refer to probation count 2. So we'll refer to probation. So Ms. Porter, you should contact the city of Lansing on the 5th floor probation department by Wednesday in order for them to do a report. And then we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. And the sentencing is set for?
December 2nd at 1:30.
Set for December 2nd at 1:30. So I find the no contest plea to be fair and accurate in regards to the factual confirmation on the factual basis. We'll set for sentencing on December 2nd at 1:30. And Ms. Porter, you should go to the City of Lansing probation by Wednesday. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in 24011795, Ms. Wilson?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Goodrich, I'll return the factual basis to you. And you should be all set, Ms. Porter. Thank you for your appearance today.
You too. Thank you, Judge.
You too. 2402-793. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jarrell Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jarrell Jones.
And sir, you are Jarrell Jones, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the defendant is going to agree to a amended count 1 for attempt retail fraud.
Attempt retail fraud.
That's going to be 750.356.
A?
D4A, yes, Your Honor.
Right.
And they'll have to be changed from Whole Foods to Capital City Market.
And then that cuts everything in half, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is that 46 days?
Correct, Your Honor.
And or 250?
Yes, Your Honor.
And with a successful, that's the amended count 1.
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee, is that your understanding of the plea agreement? Is to amend count 1 to attempted retail fraud from Capital City Market? That would be 46 days and or $250.
So the restitution is just
yes.
You may have to repeat that, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr. Lee, is that a fair statement of the attempt? Your client's going to plead guilty to the attempted retail fraud in the 3rd degree.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. And then is there a pink sheet?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I approach?
You may.
And just for the record, the pink sheet says $15.45 is owed to Capital City Market. I will just state for the record as well that there was $50 that was alleged to have been stolen from Whole Foods. However, based on prior cases, it's my understanding that probation and collections has an issue with doing that with cases that are outside the purview of 54A.
Right, and
So
that's an East Lansing case.
it is in East Lansing. So at this point, the people are not going to be proceeding on that restitution.
All right, so the restitution is $15.45 to Whole Foods and to the city market. And Mr. Lee, you're aware of that?
That is correct. Yes, I am aware.
All right, and I'll put the pink sheet in the file. Mr. Lee, may I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor trial rights?
You may, Your Honor. I'd also like to state that we had a killabrew in this file for restitution only.
All right. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Scheid?
Yes, Your Honor.
So killabrew agreement of restitution only?
Yes.
All right. So Mr. Jones, if I don't follow that killabrew agreement, that's an agreement between the attorneys to restitution only, then you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I understand.
All right. So with the restitution only, that's no jail or costs.
That's correct, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Yep.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Lee, now that we've read, may I inquire of your client of his advice of rights?
Yes, you can, Your
All
Honor.
right. And is there any objection to immediate sentencing then?
None, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Lee, I assume that you're requesting immediate sentencing. Okay. All right. Mr. Jones, you have the following jury trial rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and you would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. Do you understand the jury trial rights as I've indicated them to you?
Yes, actually.
If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than we've already put on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the amended count 1 of attempted retail fraud. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the attempted retail fraud?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention back to September 17th, 2024. And is that at the East Michigan Avenue address?
That's correct.
Okay. That's September 17th, 2024 on 600 East Michigan in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you at 600 East Michigan, which would be the city market, Myers City Market? Is that the city market or Myers City
I
Market?
believe it's the Capital City Market.
Capital City Market?
I believe it is owned by Meyer. It's just their fancy name.
Right. So it's Capital City Market on that date, September 17th, in the city of Lansing, Ingham County.
Yes, I was.
And at that time, the Myers City Market was offering items to the public that were open to the general public. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
All right. And it's my understanding that you took something without permission or paying for it from the Myers City Market under $200. You attempted to take something. Is that correct? All right. And that was offered to the general public at the time that you attempted to take it.
Yes.
And you knew that you were not going to pay for it at the time.
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and I'll follow the Killebrew agreement of restitution only. So restitution is to be, so there'll be no upfront jail, no jail at all. Restitution to be made for $15.45 to the Meyer Capital City Market. I'll waive any fines and costs. Crime victims' rights fees waived. And state fees waived. So this will end up with a attempted misdemeanor plea abstracted on your record. But the rest of it is just the restitution for the $15.45. And then, so you should be all set today. You should make that $15.45. That'll be made a payment to the city of Lansing for the restitution purposes. And do you need some time to make that payment?
Yes.
About how much time do you need?
I can't really say for certain. I don't have income yet. But I think I have 45, or I'm not sure how much time I have exactly to pay that.
You probably we can decide. It's $15, maybe 45 days.
Okay.
Will that work? And then you can kind of pay it off as long as it's paid off before that 45-day event.
Okay.
You should be fine. All right. If you don't, you'll be caught up in the show cause cycle, and you don't want to get caught up in that cycle. All right. So the city of Lansing, and we'll get a date of
November 14th.
November 14th. So as long as you pay the $15.45 to the city of Lansing, you'll be all set. Okay. By that November 14th date. Anything else for the record in 2402793, Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yep.
All right, so Mr. Lee, who did you want to talk to?
We were thinking about setting a final pretrial for Clara Chrisman, and then I need to talk with Mr. Diltz and Mr. Oldwood.
All right, so let's put Mr. Diltz in, and then when you join, I can put you in a room with Mr. Diltz.
Perfect.
So Mr. Diltz, I'm going to move you to room 1, and you can see your public defender in room 1 when he joins us. All right, sir?
All right.
Let's go to room 1. And then Mr. Oakwood, you'll be next to go. I'll put you in room 2. And then once Mr. Lee is done in room 1, he'll meet with you in room 2. All right, Mr. Oakwood? All right. All right. So Mr. Lee, I'll put you in room 1 and then 2.
Okay, that sounds great.
And what did anything else you wanted to call?
Chrisman. Clara.
Clara Chrisman. All right. Is Miss Crispin here? You can come up here, ma'am. So we're on the record in docket 24-02818. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Clara Chrisman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Claire Chrisman, who is in the courtroom, is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Clara Chrisman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, requesting a final pretrial on this.
So we'll set this for final pretrial. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And we'll set it for
October 28th.
October 28th at 8:30. Ms. Crispin, you can get notice from my court officer concerning that October 28th date. Anything else for the record in 24-02818, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Crispin, we'll see you on that October 28th date. Thank you for your appearance.
No problem. Thank you.
That's mad low.
I believe Mr. Raleigh said that he did.
Okay.
And he's talking to someone.
We might have a bunch of FTAs.
Kind of what it's looking like.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Lee said that like none of his 9 o'clock showed up.
I think there's some truth to that. All right. My bad. Mr. Madlow, you can unmute. We're going to call your case. Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402463. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Matthew Madlow. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. Madlow.
And sir, you are Matthew Madlow, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Madlow?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a final pretrial, Your Honor.
Okay. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we will set this for final pretrial for
October 28th.
October 28th at 8:30. So on October 28th at 8:30, we'll see Mr. Madlow, we'll see you live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. Is that Doe Pass address still a good address for you, sir?
Yes.
All right. So we'll see you on October 28th at 8:30, and you'll get notification sent to that Doe Pass address. Anything else for the record in docket 2402463, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Madlow, we'll see you on that October 28th date. Thank you for your appearance today. I'm assuming she was here on Mr. Madlow's case, Jane?
No, she was here from Mr. Oakwood.
Oh, okay.
Yes, who I believe Mr. Lee is presently talking to.
You're absolutely right. Should we call some of the fail to appears?
Yeah.
Like at Mr. Morris's at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Raleigh, you want to join us for some fail to appears? All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402324. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Adam Morris. Or is that Morris Adams? And then you can, Megan, you can call to see if Mr. Adams, I don't think he's here, but doesn't hurt. So we're, will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Rowley on behalf of Mr. Adams.
Right, this was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:15. I do not see a Morris Adams in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see anybody answering to Morris Adams in the physical courtroom. There's nobody in the waiting room. It would appear that Mr. Adams has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Scheib, how would you like to proceed?
Requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. This is a dog at large, so I will issue, for the fail to appear for pretrial, I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. I don't have I have a fail to appear, but that was by mail for arraignment. So we'll see. We'll put this in a 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record in 2402324, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, we can go on Mr. Nickerson now that I received the report. All right. So this is a no contest plea for lack of memory. And both counsel are stipulate to the court reviewing LPD police report 24519068813 to use as a factual basis for the count 2 of retail fraud in the 3rd degree. Is that correct, Mr. Scheib?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I will indicate that on July 16th at approximately 1 p.m. at the address of 3612 South King, it would appear that the manager indicated that Mr. Nickerson came into the store, grabbed a red Mountain Dew from the cooler, and left without paying. Mr. Nickerson is a frequent customer to that Sunoco station, and she was aware that he left without paying and did so intentionally as he's done it, she indicates, in the past. And then video footage of the event was uploaded and observed by Lansing Police Department. Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
I find the no contest plea and factual basis to be knowing voluntarily and confirm the factual basis for count 2, retail fraud in the 3rd degree. Mr. Scheib or Ms. Wilson, any opinion on immediate sentencing, or should this be referred to probation?
No objection to immediate sentencing.
Okay. Mr. Raleigh, you're requesting immediate sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The court will follow the request for immediate sentencing, and count 1 is dismissed. And what was the restitution in the matter?
Oh, $2.99 to Sunoco, Your Honor. I do have a big sheet if I might approach.
All right, thank you. So restitution is made, and it is $2.99 to Sunoco. I'll place the pink sheet in the file. We have fines and costs will be assessed. $100 fine, $100 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50. For the no contest plea to the retail fraud, and that is a grand total of $325. 775, I'm sorry, 100. 7550 is 225, and then plus the, so it's 225 plus the 229 is 227.99 is the entire cost. So it'll be 227.99, counting the restitution, fines and costs of 100, crime victims' rights fee of $75, and state minimum cost fee of $50 for $227.99. I see the address is on Washington. Is that still a good address for you, sir?
Yes, it is.
All right. So does your client need some time to make the $227.99 to the city of Lansing?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set it out for 60 days for the $227.99, and give me a date.
November 25th.
November 25th, 2024 will be the date of payment due to the city of Lansing. For $227.99. That can be made online, in person, or by the internet. You can set up your own payment plan as long as it's all paid by that $227 by November 25th. All right, Mr. Nickerson?
Okay.
All right, with that, count 1, the retail, the R&O is dismissed. Anything else for the record in 2402-124, Mr. Scheib?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nickerson, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
And then I'll return to Mr. Raleigh the no contest police report. And then Mr. Lee, did you want to go on a case?
We can proceed on Dilch, Your Honor. I still need to speak with Mr. Oakwood in breakout room 2.
Yeah, let me put you in that room and then we'll go on both of them. So I'll put you in with Mr. Oakwood.
Okay.
Then do we want to call like Miss Moorhart?
Adams. Morris Adams.
Oh, I think we already did Adams.
Oh, did we? Oh, okay. Yeah, Moorhart would be
Yeah.
next.
All right, and then Shook, okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00855 and 24-01504. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Faith Moorhart. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh, are you helping us out here with Ms. Moorhart's fail to appear?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, certainly. Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Moorhart.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for, but this was previously set for 9 o'clock. It is now 11:24. This was set for pretrial in the matter. I've checked the Zoom courtroom and Ms. Moorhart is not in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see anybody answering to that by the physical courtroom. And we've called, there's nobody in the hallway. It would appear that Ms. Moorhart has failed to appear for the pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how did you want to proceed?
Requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Any comment, Mr. Raleigh?
Your Honor, I'm just realizing this is John Lee's client. I don't know if he has anything to say about it, but I have no comment.
All right. They're both assault and batteries. Sure. So within the discretion of the court, I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on both files. And then if Mr. Lee has anything he wants to bring to the court's attention, I know I'm going to see him in about 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So, all right. So for both files, 24-00855 and 24-01504, we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture as they're both being assault and battery files. Anything else for the record in 24-01504 or 24-00855, Mr. Shive?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you on that. Then we have Ms. Shook's files. Those are 3. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02016, 24-02110, and 24-02111. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Olivia Shook. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Shive.
Jacob Shive on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Ms. Shook.
This is the time set. It was set for 9 o'clock for a pretrial on the matter. It is now 11:27. And I do not see Ms. Shook in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody answering by that in the physical courtroom, and there was nobody in the hallway. It would appear that Ms. Shook has failed to appear for the pretrial in the matter. Mr. Shive, how did you want to proceed?
Requesting a bench warrant, Your Honor, with a 48-hour hold.
Any comment on that, Mr. Raleigh?
Just to note again that these are cases.
Mr. Lee cases?
Mr. Lee, but I have no comment.
All right. I think the fail to appear on all 3 files with a 48-hour hold is a reasonable request. So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold is granted. On these are 3 dog cases or 3 dog licensing cases. And then one's a dog at large. So a bench warrant and bond forfeiture have been issued with a 48-hour hold for the non-appearance on those 3 files. Anything else for the record on either 3 of those files of Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I have Ms. Jerome. Does that sound right?
Yes, so you want to go on?
We're ready, Your Honor.
Oh, you ready on that one? All right. And are you covering for Mr. Lee or is that Mr. Lee's client?
I'm Jerome.
Yeah.
I know I represent Mr.
All right. So you can come up here, Mr. Jerome. And was Ms. Jerome able to get her fingerprints?
Yes.
Okay. I know the Scantron was down at some point in time, so I have an order, but that's all. All right, so we're on the record in docket 1702134 and 1901612. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Veronica Jerome. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Mr. Jerome.
And ma'am, you are Veronica Jerome, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on each of these, on each of these files. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, for 17-02134 for the retail fraud, requesting a final pretrial for that one.
Final pretrial. So we'll set that on for final pretrial for
October 28th
October 28th at
at 8:30.
8:30. All right, so the retail fraud in 3rd degree 1702134 is set for final pretrial on October 28th at 8:30. And ma'am, is that Kavanaugh address still a good address for notification purposes? You should get notification from my court officer. And then on, how are we proceeding on docket 1901612?
We're going to dismiss that, Your Honor.
And that, is that a ticket?
It should be, Your
I
Honor.
think that's.
I think
It
I had
is.
already paid that. That one, or is it, would it be a new one?
Well, it'd be a misdemeanor. So
Yeah, it's a misdemeanor ticket with a prior bench warrant on August 26th. But
No, it's a complaint. Oh, wait, no. that's
no,
the
I got a
wrong
ticket. Is that with Love, the pit bull named Love?
one. Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
All right. I'll dismiss without prejudice. So it was, the bench warrant was issued on August 26th with a 48-hour hold. Then it was set for pretrial. And then it was set again on September 17th. There was an arraignment on the bench warrant. And so today we're dismissing without prejudice. So that ticket is dismissed without prejudice pursuant to a motion from the people. Anything else for the record on that file, 1901612, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh?
no, Your Honor.
All right, so 1901612, the unlicensed dog is dismissed, and then the retail fraud has been placed for final pretrial on October 28th. All right, ma'am? All right, that's all for the record in those 2 files. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you.
And did you want to go on? Oh, we've got at least, we'll wait for Mr. Lee to come.
Van Buren
Van
here.
Buren is here and
Yeah. Right here.
All right, let's go on Van Buren.
Set it for final pretrial, yeah.
Right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03288 and 24-01406. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Erica Van Buren. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Wilson or Mr. Scheib?
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Riley on behalf of Ms. Van Buren.
And ma'am, you are Erica Van Buren, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial on each one of these files. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
On both of them, Your Honor, requesting a final pretrial.
Okay, we'll set for final pretrial on both matters. And that'll be on
October 28th at 8:30.
September 28th at 8:30. So we've set both matters on for October 28th at 8:30. You can get notice from my court officer for both of these files for that date. Anything else for the record in 23-03288 or 24-01406? Mr. Scheib.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll see you on that October 28th date. Thank you, ma'am. Right, and then Mr. Lee, are you ready on Mr. Dilts or Mr. Oakwood?
Both, Your Honor.
All right.
No, you're okay.
So,
Sorry, say that again.
Dilts must have said that.
Okay.
Is the offer open till-
Until whatever, yeah.
And then, Oakwood, let's adjourn for one more pre-trial.
Okay.
See if we can talk a little
Okay.
bit, set something up.
I will say, she just emailed me, sounds like she needed another police report recently about some other stuff, so there might be more charges coming. I don't have anything in our system.
Yeah.
But-
Process is separate. I don't
Yeah.
think there's
So,
any, yeah.
yeah,
But
so we
maybe
can
a
set it for
769
another
or so we can talk.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record. Mr. Dilts, we'll call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-02339. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Dilts. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Brandon Dilts.
And sir, you are Brandon Dilts, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Dilts?
Yes.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Requesting a final pretrial, Your Honor.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll set for final pretrial on October 28th at 8:30. All right, we'll set for final pretrial on October 28th at 8:30. Anything else on the record in docket 24-02339, Mr. Scheib?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Dilts, we'll see you on October 28th at 8:30. You should be all set. And then we can call Mr. Oakwood. We're on the record in docket 24-02805. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Oakwood. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joseph Oakwood.
And sir, you are Joseph Oakwood, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Oakwood?
I hear you cloud.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Scheib, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, request an adjournment for another pretrial.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we'll request, so we will reset this about, what's the time frame are we looking at?
Leave it up to the defense, Your Honor.
2 weeks.
2 weeks? All right. Request adjournment for additional pretrial And we'll set an additional pretrial for,
We have 1 week or 4 weeks.
uh-oh.
Let's do 4. I don't see this happening in 1 week.
Yeah, so we'll do 4 weeks.
Fair enough. October 28th at 9 a.m. please.
October 28th at 9 a.m. All right, so Mr. Oakwood, we've set this for October 28th at 9 a.m. for the additional pretrial. Anything else for the record in 2402805, Ms. Wilson?
Not the people.
Oh, Mr. Scheib.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Oakwood, we're set for October 28th at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Appreciate it.
Jane, I see that you're on there. I've been in touch with Jackie. She sent me the emails that you sent her, and we'll be in touch. It'll probably be tomorrow and we can talk a bit more, okay? All right, so you can go ahead and log off and we'll be in touch.
And then this afternoon, I think we have a
Okay, okay. Oh. Yeah. 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 Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Leave there. Yeah. He's over here. Yeah. No, sorry. Oh. So what they got is Okay, so.
Correct.
Easy.
I hope she didn't put this on the wrong day.
Huh?
I hope she didn't put this on the wrong day.
No, this is not her. I have court.
No, yeah. I mean our admin.
Oh, okay.
I'm looking at the. It says the sentencing day is October 7th at 11:30.
Cause I got a paper and it said the 30th.
Was it from Ms. Grajeda?
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay, never mind. Can we change that date to September 30th at the same time?
Okay, because I was gonna say I even talked to my case manager and to make sure that I'll be here so I can get this taken care of. I've been having this for so long, man. I can't do nothing.
What did they come on from?
It's like a long thing above. I can't see.
All right, Mr. Hector Eva, we can call your case. So we're on the record in docket 16-03248. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Aquan Christopher Hector Eva. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Scheib.
Mr. Scheib.
Jacob Scheib on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Raleigh.
Jacob Raleigh on behalf of Aquan Hector Eva.
And sir, you are Aquan Christopher Hector Eva, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in this matter. And I am in possession of the updated report done by Joe Sumter. Mr. Raleigh, you've had the opportunity to see that report?
I believe so, Your Honor. I have the one page.
That's the one page updated report. All right. And Mr. Scheib, you've also seen that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is the one-page updated report. That and due to the, I'm assuming that's why there's no pre-sentence report. Is that correct? Because of the location that where we're at.
Thanks.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Raleigh.
Your Honor, my client is currently serving his sentence in Colorado Department of Corrections. He's eligible for parole sometime in 2026. He couldn't recall the exact date, but in any case, he will be in custody of the state of Colorado at least until 2026. I know this case is a few years old. It sounds like the victim in this matter just wants to put it behind him and move on. So my request would be for a sentence concurrent with my client's current incarceration.
Just looking to see if we have a jail. I thought we did. Well, I just don't know what happened in the transfer. Because I thought we had one. Do we have a how much time the defendant has spent on this charge? It really doesn't matter, but I'm just curious on the A and B in this file. Can you tell? I just want to keep things so that
Looks like
4 days. This is an old case. All right, thank you. Any comment, Mr. Scheib? I know the victim was made aware of the defendant's sentencing and that they did, as of September 27th, which is last Friday, I believe, they had not sent any type of impact statement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hector Eva, is there anything you'd like to say before the court passes sentence on this this older assault and battery? It looks like that was 2016.
Yes, sir. I just want to thank the courts and everybody for allowing me to finally take care of this due to my current situation. So I want to thank all you guys for helping me out on this.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hector Eva. Thank you. I think this all was prompted, or at least the start of it was prompted by your letter of August 14th. So I'm going to at this time indicate that the defendant spend 4 days in jail beginning today's date, which is 9/30/2024. Credits given for the 4 days previously served. This is for the assault and battery out of August 30th, 2016. I'm going to waive fines and costs on this matter. Waive crime victims' rights fee. as this was somewhat discussed, but we're gonna waive crime victims' rights fee and state minimum court cost fee, just to keep things straightforward. So there will be this will be abstracted as the misdemeanor. I'm not placing you on probation due to your current location and incarceration for the next 2 years. And so I will, it'll be 4 days in jail credit given for 4 days previously served and no fines and costs, or because it doesn't make any sense to wait 2 years to set up the fines and cost schedule. And we'll waive fines and costs, crime victims' rights fee, and state minimum court cost fee, and then put this file to rest. We had the opportunity to talk to the victim. They were going to write an impact statement. There was some question as to whether that's going to happen or not based on it. Victim did provide a brief verbal statement, but also requested that this matter be resolved in regards to this file, and that's what we're doing. Anything else for the record in docket 1603248, Mr. Scheid?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rollins?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I've got a fresh judgment of sentence here, and that indicates that everything's waived. In the 4 days credit, I will sign this. 9/30/2024. And Mr. Actor Eva, you should be all set, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your letter and thank you for your appearance. You're all set, sir.
Thank you. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Thank God.
What happened? How's school going, y'all? Thank you, Roman.
All right, so let's go ahead and we'll do Mr. Maremba for PV arraignment. And you guys are not here on that,
No,
are
we usually aren't.
You can stick around.
I could.
you? I could. But I think she just told you she's not.
I heard the sash, Judge.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of,
That was not that sassy.
it was a little bit of sarcasm there.
Yeah, thank you.
We gotta find that guy. All right, Mr. Maremba.
Yes.
All right, let's call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-00130. And that's people of the state of Michigan versus Isanga Maremba. And sir, you are Isanga Maremba, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, yeah, this is the time set for arraignment on a probation violation matter. And so I'll indicate to you the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you by Brendan Hanna, the probation officer, and then some choices you have for the hearing. And there is a recommendation that was done by Mr. Hanna. So you understand that in a request and summons for probation violation, it was requested the probation hearing be set. And one of the allegations is you did consume alcohol on or around September 4th, according to Meridian Township Police Department. That's one technical violation. The other technical violation is okay, so you have that is the technical violation for consumption according to the Meridian Township Police on September 4th. Do you understand the nature of the allegation against you, Mr. Maremba?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Maremba, I see we're going to set this out for hearing. I see that in the underlying offense, you were represented by the public defender's office. I would suggest, and it's important, that you are also represented by the public defender's office in the upcoming hearing. The process is a little different. We don't have a public defender here, but the onus is placed on you to contact the public defender's office in order to get some type of representation at that hearing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
And did you want to be represented by the public defender?
Yes.
All right. I think that's a good idea. Do you have their number and you can call them? I can give you their number if you don't have it. Did you want to write it down?
Thank you.
All right. The public defender's number is 517-679-2979. 517-679-2979. And this will be set for hearing on
Thursday, October 10th at 8:30.
So it's October 10th at 8:30. So make sure you give them that October 10th date when you call the public defender's office to make sure they know that the hearing is on October 10th at 8:30. And that's when we will readdress some of the issues in this file. All right, sir? All right, Mr. Maremba?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have any questions of me? Mr. Maremba, do you have any questions of me? Mr. Maremba, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions of me, sir?
No.
All right. I will see you on October 10th at 8:30. You should prioritize and contact the public defender's public defender's office immediately. All right, sir? All right, Mr. Marimba? Mr. Marimba, are you there still?
Yes.
All right. You should contact the public defender's office immediately. That October 10th hearing will be live. All right, sir?
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. That's all for the record in that file. And then Miss Porter Miller, we're ready on your case. So you can unmute. Sierra Porter Miller, you can unmute. Miss Porter Miller, you can unmute for your case. Miss Porter Miller, are you there? Miss Porter Miller, we'll give you about 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes to unmute, and then we'll call your case. All right, ma'am? Oh, there you are. All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 23-03570. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Sierra Porter Miller. And ma'am, you are Sierra Porter Miller, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. This is an arraignment on a probation violation. And I'm going to walk you through the allegations that were made against you, and then we'll talk about the hearing and some rights you have in this file. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. It is alleged on September 19th by the probation officer, Brendan Hanna, was signed off by Judge Buchanan in a request and summons for probation violation, that you violated your probation in a technical format by failing to report to a probation officer on September 18th, 2024, failing to submit to a random testing at AberHealth on August 7th, August 16th, August 25th, September 4th, September 11th, and September 16th, and that you failed to complete the victim impact panel within 120 days. Those were all submitted to the court by probation officer Brendan Hanna. Do you understand the nature of the allegations that have been brought against you, Ms. Porter Miller?
Yes.
All right, you have certain rights in this matter. You have a right to a hearing. You have a right to be represented by counsel. And you were initially represented by the public defender's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, do you plan, and I think it's a good idea to be further represented by the public defender's office in regards to this probation violation. Do you plan for the public defender's office to represent you in this file?
Yes.
All right. So how it works, ma'am, is we're going to set this for hearing date. Well, you've already been through this before because you have a previous plea in regards to this probation. So it'll be just like the last time. You need to reach out to the public defender's office for them to represent you in this file. All right.
Okay.
And the number, let me give you that number so you have it.
Hold
the number
on.
for the Ingham. Do you have that number already?
No, hold on. Do you have a pen and
All right.
paper? You said it's the public defender's office?
Yep, you're gonna call the public defender's office, and I'm gonna give you the hearing date that they'll be here to represent you. Do you have that number? Do you want me to give you the number?
I don't have the number. I was gonna say I could Google it, but Do you, I got.
All right,
just
I
need
can
something
give
to
it
write
to you
with.
if you have something to write it down, to
You
write
got
down the
something to write with?
number.
Just to
All
write
right.
with.
You tell me when you're ready, ma'am.
Okay. I need a pen. Oh. Hold on.
All right.
Mayari. You got a pen real quick? Give me a pen real quick. All right, what is it?
It's 517-679-2979. 517-679-2979.
Okay.
And we'll set the hearing date. Make sure you give them this hearing date. That the hearing date is set for October 10th at 8:30. So that'll be a live in-person hearing on October 10th at 8:30. And my understanding is you'll be reaching out to the public defender's office in order to get representation for that hearing. All right, ma'am?
All right.
All right. Do you have any questions of me, or are you all set?
I'm fine. No, I'm set.
All right. All right. I'll see you on that October 10th date. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you.
I know you don't have your kids in the bar.
And I'm calling
So we're on the record in docket 23-02017. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Jovan Gilchrist. This is the time set for a probation violation arraignment. This was scheduled for 3:09. It is now, I'm sorry, it was scheduled for 1:30. It is now 3:09. I don't see a Jovan Gilchrist in the Zoom courtroom or the physical courtroom. There was nobody answering that name in the hallway. It would appear the defendant has failed to appear for the PV arraignment. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for their non-appearance. That's all for the record in 23-02017.